Scheduled to go to a birthday party?
Daniel had a birthday party to go to. There was a little girl in his class that was celebrating their birthday. Again, Mark was much more involved with the school, and he knew the kids and he knew the parents, and I didn't.
Right.
So I remember that Thursday before asking Daniel about this little girl and saying, like, so what do you play with? You know, what do you do with, you talk about? And he said, oh, Mommy, she doesn't talk. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, she doesn't talk, but she's really good at listening. He says, I talk to her. I know she hears me. I mean, he just didn't think that he just accepted what somebody was.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry to ask you that there obviously came a time that you found out something had happened at the school. Is that right?
I was in my second grade classroom, and normally I turn my phone off, but for some reason it was ringing, and it was I think a robocall. So I called Mark and told him that I had received the call, and he said, I'll look into it. And then I think I called him again, and he was still trying to figure out what was happening. And then at that point, I was taken out of my classroom and I sat with my principal. I didn't know how serious it was, so I didn't leave right away. I remember thinking initially it must be like the high school, maybe a parent was upset, and it was, you know, I didn't realize that it was in Daniel's school. And then when I did find out it was in Daniel's school, I'm such a denial person that immediately I just thought, he's fine. It's Daniel. He's different. I remember saying that to my principal. Daniel's a different kid. You know, he's going to be fine.
Can you just tell us what hours, if you were at the firehouse, and just what hours you were there? If you recall.
I think I probably left the school at, like, I'm guessing.
So you're talking about your school?
My school in New York, in Pauling, New York. It's about 50 minutes away. I think I left there at maybe 11. I don't really remember. And I think we were there till, I'm guessing, 4, 3, 4. I don't, again, everything's really a blur.
And obviously the plans changed and you had to make accommodations for what happened. Do you want to give us just an overview of that?
Of what happened after?
Well, you had to make arrangements for, like, what happened at the Barden household?
Well, we were driven home by, a state trooper, and our kids, Natalie and James, were at a neighbor's house. So,
were they in the school?
No, they were
older.
in different schools. They were each in a different school. Newtown has intermediate and then middle school. So people started coming to our house. By 6 o'clock, our house was filled with people. And then we had to get Natalie and James and tell them.
Now, Jackie, did there come a time when you became aware of something happening in the community or the world or your world that was related to something about you being an actor, a fraud, faker?
Well,
something along those lines.
I don't know the sequence of events. I remember when hearing about Robbie being attacked, Robbie Parker.
Who told you?
I don't remember. I was aware. I don't know if I saw it on television or I read it or someone told me. I just remember thinking, how can that be?
And you know from, at least from being in court, that InfoWars was on the air on the 15th attacking Robbie Parker?
I don't really remember.
You never knew that, right?
I just remember someone attacking Robbie Parker. I also remember Mark had Mark being a musician, he had a markbarden.com. It was his music post. It was basically if anyone wanted to find out where he was playing, or he would put snippets of music on. And I remember him getting upset because people started coming onto his music page and making statements about being phony and actor, and a lot of the stuff he kept from me. So I would get little snippets of just what he was going through. I also started becoming aware he had YouTube channels, and that was another place that, you know, he would post the kids playing together, being that, you know, music was so important to him. Natalie sang, Daniel was the little drummer, and James played bass. And he would post things on his YouTube channel, and nobody ever commented. It was basically for friends and family. It wasn't anything, but he started getting attacked on that.
And did you, you described Mark, I'm picturing a Grateful Dead guitar player and a pretty...
Mark's like the calmest person.
And did you notice a change in Mark's behavior or...
Yes, definitely.
Can you tell the jury about that?
Well, I mean, he would get really angry when he would find these comments, you know, that here they were saying that Daniel was, I mean, there were different things. Daniel was never existed. Our son James was Daniel. And we're trying to, you know, pretend that we had a loss. Or some people would write about that we killed Daniel. I mean, it was crazy stuff that they were posting. And Mark would just get really angry, and you know, he started becoming like, you know, we moved to Connecticut. We wanted to get out of the city. We used to like leave our windows open. That stopped. It was like the windows were down at night, especially. He would put the blinds, he would close the curtains. He was always afraid somebody was going to be looking in the house. You know, when we would go shopping, he would, you know, be scanning and looking around to see if anybody looked at him in a weird way. You know, I used to, you know, we used to kind of, I mean, not get into a fight, but I'd say, like, we need to go and buy this. Like, you're preoccupied. He would become preoccupied with worrying about who's around him.
Was this like him, or was this something that you hadn't observed before?
No. He was, like you said, a Grateful Dead, peace, love. I mean, he's very protective of his family. I mean, very protective. So I think he felt like he had to protect us. And he was always, especially if he was with James and Natalie, like Natalie would even know, because she would say like, oh, I don't want to go to the store, or I don't want to do this, because she was afraid that he might be, she could tell the difference in him too.
So the kids, or at least Natalie, you say, started to notice a difference in...
I think so. I definitely think that he's hypervigilant. He's always just very aware of his surroundings. Just the other day, we were driving into our neighborhood, and there was a car in front of us, and he slows down because he wants to see where the car is going. If they're going to slow down by our house, you know, he slowed down. They passed our house, and then it was fine. But he was aware of that car.
Did you and Mark get threatening letters or letters that gave you concern for your safety?
Yeah, there was letters. Again, he didn't show me a lot of stuff, so I'm not sure exactly. But there were letters.
Do you know whether, and Mark's going to testify, he's the last plaintiff to testify this afternoon, and in the case, but he's going to testify, but to your understanding, was Mark engaged in law enforcement in relationship to threats he was getting online? Or did he keep that from you?
No, I mean, I know that he did show me one letter, and it talked about, he showed me maybe two, I'm not sure. I remember one saying that they were at Daniel's grave and they had peed on his grave because they didn't think anybody, they didn't believe that Daniel was buried. And another
These letters
letter.
came to your home?
What's that?
These letters came to your home?
And then another letter was that they were going to dig Daniel's grave up because he wasn't there to prove it. So those were two that I know. I don't know other stuff. I know my sister has gone to Daniel's grave and has pulled up, and people will.
Hearsay, Judge.
Okay.
Not you. Go ahead. You can continue, Jackie.
She has pulled up, and people will leave his grave, and she'll say, she had a bad feeling. She would share with us that it was an uncomfortable situation.
And did you and Mark take steps to protect the children from becoming aware of these threatening letters and other hostile?
We really tried to not share any of that with them.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say we tried to make our household as happy and light as possible. They had just lost their brother, and we really tried to hold it together. I remember saying, they have to have a happy childhood. We had worked so hard at that, and we didn't want that to be taken from them. So we really kind of protected them from a lot of stuff.
And so the shooting had occurred, and now you had to protect them from this other forces out there, people infected with these lies who believe you were so despicable that you would fake your own death.
Yeah, it was enough that they lost their brother that they didn't really need to know then that their father was being attacked and that we were being accused. I mean, I did remember looking on, and I don't know what the webpage was, but there was a webpage that, it was pictures of the three of them, and they would circle James and say, this is, really Daniel. And there was another picture of my sister and her husband and Daniel, and we would go to my sister's house for dinner, and they would, this person isn't real, and that was another website that I remember coming across.
Can I ask you about, and so I think I'm getting the impression that you're not don't have as much of an online presence as some other people.
No, I mean, I have Facebook, but that's it. My niece started a page for our son, Daniel. What would Daniel do? Probably in January of 2013.
And tell us about that. Are you actively
No.
review that?
Yes, it started with her. My niece has at the time her daughter was 16, and the daughter was in high school, and there was somebody that was kind of a loner. And her daughter said, what would Daniel do if he saw somebody that was alone? So she went up to him and had a very short little conversation, just checking in, hi, I'm Mariah, and they spoke, and she went about her day. And later in the day, this boy came up to her and said, thank you. Thanks for just saying hello to me. It meant a lot. So Mariah went back to her mother and said this. and my niece said, Mariah said, I thought of Daniel, and I kind of reached out. And so Jackie started this Facebook page, and it was all about kindness and including others, and telling stories of Daniel and all these things that he would do. Pictures of him, pictures of the family. It was just, so Jackie started saying that there are some people on there that would make comments, and she was very good about, she would just block them. And she had to block over 100 people.
They hit that pretty hard, didn't they?
Yeah. There's an awful lot of nice, good, caring people. She would always highlight that to me. Jackie, there's so many good people out there, and
right.
you just, but it was over 100 times that she would have to block.
And that was
people.
back then. At some point, you got that count. Is What Would Daniel Do still up and running?
Yes.
And,
Yeah.
and does that give you comfort in terms of being a memory of Daniel?
Oh, sure, yes.
Pretending that I saw the time, but I can't see it. And thank you, Jackie, for describing your observations about Mark, about this difficult time. I want to ask you something about your children, though. You said Mark was very protective. I'm guessing you're a close second.
Yeah.
Can you tell us, are your children, James and Natalie, tell us a little bit, are they the same kind of person? Are they different?
They're different. James is, he's in his last year of college now. He's kind of quiet to himself. I mean, I don't know, he's a typical boy, nothing kind of, he doesn't get too ruffled by things. Although he did get a phone call from someone late at night on his phone when he was in college, and it turned out to be a hoaxer in Utah. We don't know how they got his phone. So he called Mark. I'm not really even sure what went on, but he called Mark. And
what's that like as a parent? Was that distressing?
Terrifying. And for them to, and they spoke to him, and he didn't realize even who they were. They were trying to, they were asking him questions, and he being polite, he was answering questions. And then he called Mark and said, it was kind of strange. Somebody called me late at night. They said that they knew you. And I think Mark kind of found out who they were. And
so Mark dealt with that.
So Mark dealt with that.
Now, you have, Mark has a relationship with both James and Natalie, but when Natalie calls, does she?
She has a very good relationship with Mark, but she definitely comes, she tells me more of her personal things.
And how old is Natalie now?
Natalie's 20.
And so how old? So she would have been like 10 or 11 at the 10, and she's in college, right?
She's
you
in
don't have
college.
to say where, by the way.
Yeah.
I know that you're anxious about that.
Yeah.
But can you tell the jury from your observations as Natalie's mother
How she does?
Right.
She's has a lot of anxiety. Has a lot of fear. When she's at home, going back, while she was in high school, when she was be at home, if Mark and I went out to dinner, she would be calling us, when are you coming home? When are you coming home? If she's home by herself, she's really, really stressed. She would never take a shower if she was the only person in the house, because she's very afraid of being home alone. She'll look out just to watch for cars. Even when we're watching TV, she'll say, "Did you hear that?" She's like, check to see if there's a car. She's always afraid a car is going to be pulling into our driveway.
Was she like this before you and others were being accused of being actors and faking? No. Okay, so it was only.
I don't know when it started, but it was a gradual thing. One time we had a light out by our driveway, and somebody was coming in, pulled up, and they thought the light was shining too brightly and it was distracting, and they just wanted to let us know, maybe you should move that light. And she went nuts, like freaked out. It was dark. Don't get the door. Don't get the door. She was afraid that somebody was coming for us.
And do you know how she became aware of what was going on out there? You guys tried to protect her, right? But
we did. We knew she was going to go to college, but we were afraid that she wasn't going to be able to handle being away. And it was heartbreaking to learn that she realized when she went to college, she felt better. She said, when I come home, I'm afraid. When I'm in college, nobody knows who I am. And we felt terrible. We thought we should have moved because we didn't realize that. We really didn't at the time and I don't think she realized that. She didn't realize until she went away that she was better in college. She'll say, I feel better when I'm at a friend's house because nobody knows who I am, but when I'm home, I feel like I'm a target. And we did think about moving, but the kids really wanted to stay in the house, but it was like we didn't know what to do.
So she's not as comfortable in her own home as she is in college because she can be more anonymous
Yes, definitely. Yeah. Wow. And so is that hard on you? It's terrible. It's terrible to think your 20-year-old daughter is so afraid. Or that when she comes home, she's so afraid.
And Jackie, and thank you again. Did you recently learn that despite your best efforts to protect Natalie, something happened? We always thought that she didn't know a lot of the stuff, but our phones are connected. I don't really understand technology, but I think we have the same Apple ID. So a lot of times, like Mark's phone will ring and it'll be Natalie's friend on the phone. He can see Natalie's and he's like, oh, that call is for her. And she just told us a few weeks ago, she said, I remember seeing Mark took a photo of the letter saying that they wanted to dig Daniel's grave up. And she had seen it on her phone, on the phone. And we didn't know. She never told us. But she said, I knew that Dad was getting threats. But we didn't know that she knew. You didn't know that until 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
She kept that?
Yeah. We didn't know, but she just kind of matter-of-factly said, oh, yeah, I knew that he was getting threats. I remember seeing it on the phone, about that letter. And
she kept that from you for years? She didn't tell you?
No. We were both shocked when she told us that she knew about that letter.
As a parent, were you?
Oh, heartbreaking. That's all you want to do is protect your child.
And when she was trying to protect you?
Yeah.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, Jackie.
Attorney Pattis?
No questions, Judge.
All right, you may
Thank
step
you.
down. Just watch your step. So this is good timing. We will take our lunch. You will return at 2 p.m. If you are going out, I don't know what the weather is like out there, but boy, it looks pretty windy. The trees are blowing. Just be careful to avoid the front steps of the courthouse. There may be media or press coverage there, and I certainly want to make sure that you don't overhear anything that you shouldn't be overhearing, so we can avoid any problems like that. I know you have the entrance that you come in and out, so try to steer clear of the front steps of the courthouse. You'll continue to obey your rules of juror conduct, and Ron will collect your notepads, and I hope you have a nice lunch. Recess?
All right. broadcast clips.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I thought you said.
And we have prepared the 2 transcripts of the other depositions that were played that had for sound. Those are marked as 356A, testimony of Josh Owens, 336A, transcript of David Jones' testimony. So those are prepared and we can offer those.
And Attorney Pattis has seen them or not yet? You'll talk to them. You are. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. Good afternoon. The record will reflect that our 9 jurors have returned. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you, everyone. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before we get to our next witness, which will be Mark Barden, the plaintiffs would like to play a series of video exhibits for the jury, beginning with Exhibit 17. Exhibit 17, Your Honor, is already in evidence as a broadcast of the Alex Jones Show dated May 13th, 2014, titled Bombshell, Sandy Hook Massacre was a DHS illusion, says school safety expert.
Very well.
I mean, what are the big smoking guns? 'Cause I know you're inside this investigation, but for folks out there, what are the red flags?
Well, the red flag is that you're looking at $29 million. You got the United Way, Sandy Hook Promise, and there are 39 other community nonprofit organizations within Newtown which received a lot of funds. For example, the Animal Shelter in Newtown, Sandy Hook. Alex, they got $450,000 from the Sandy Hook shooting. Now, what does an animal shelter have to do with this?
I understand. You're saying the motive for the locals to go along with the fraud is money.
Thank you. We'd now like to play clip 17F from the same broadcast, May 13th, 2014.
You got parents laughing, like, ha, 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 watch this, and then going, method acting, I mean, it's just ridiculous. You got coroners that start laughing, and I don't mean uncomfortably, I mean like laughing with the state police when they're giving press conferences. I mean, it just is the fakest thing since the $3 bill. And you better get ready for more of it, folks.
Thank you, Your Honor. What we'd now like to play is Exhibit 19I from a broadcast of the Alex Jones Show several months later on September 25th, 2014, titled FBI Says Nobody Killed at Sandy Hook Massacre, featuring Wolfgang Halbig.
Would they stage this? I don't know. Do penguins live in Antarctica? Wolfgang W. Halbig's our guest, former state police officer that worked for the Customs Department, and then over the last decades created one of the biggest, most successful school safety training groups, and he just has gone and investigated. This is phony as a $3 bill.
Your Honor, I'd now like to display for the jury an excerpt from Alex Jones's deposition. This will be Exhibit 373F.
373F as in Frank?
Yes,
Thank you.
and I'll read this.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, that was 370 what?
373F.
373. Thank you.
Question, Mr. Jones, we both just heard the same video clip. Am I correct that you are on there now in October 26, 2017, continuing your claim that Sandy Hook is as phony as a $3 bill, right? Answer, I mean, that is what I said. Question, And then just a month later, on November 27th, 2017, you are talking about the Vegas shooting. Mr. Jones, what we are trying to show you is a video you published on November 27, 2017, a month after again referring to Sandy Hook as phony as a $3 bill, in which you are commenting on the Las Vegas shooting. Your Honor, we would now offer as Exhibit 44A that video, which is a broadcast of the Alex Jones Show, dated November 27th, 2017. I understand this is without objection.
It is. I think it's previously been admitted. I made a mistake on it.
It is not 44A, is not 44.
No objection.
Okay, let's play 44A, please.
Let's talk to Amanda in Tennessee. You're on the air. What about Tucker Carlson and a helicopter? News, go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering, he had a video that he obtained, I guess, 3 or 4 weeks ago, and it looked like debris or like snow blowing across the video for over half of it. And he said it was due to a helicopter hovering over that area, but he never went into why there was a helicopter there for so long.
You're talking about during the Vegas shooting.
Yes.
Well, I know the FBI went and picked up the caller you heard earlier when he talks about it being an Islamic attack. There are big shootings all over town and helicopters being used. And the FBI showed up. They drugged the guy that declared national security. He's had to leave the country just over that. So do you think they'd be having the FBI in his house in 2 hours after he called in about that if it was just a rumor? No, they don't want that discussed. So Vegas is as phony as a $3 bill or as Obama's birth certificate.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
That is so crazy.
Now, Your Honor, I'd like to pull back up 373F for the final part of that exchange. Question, that was you on there, right, Mr. Jones? Answer, uh-huh. Your Honor, with that, we call Mark Barton to the stand. Sorry.
Your Honor, with that, we call Mark Barton.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Beautiful coming up. Just let me stand if you don't mind, and Mr. Farrell will swear you in.
Raise your right hand. Do solemnly swear sincerely affirm that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God or upon penalty of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you.
I just need you to state your name, slowly spell your last name for the record, and then the county, state that you live in.
My name is Mark Barden, B-A-R-D-E-N, and I live in Fairfield County, Connecticut.
Thank you, sir. You may inquire.
Hi, Mark.
Hello, Attorney.
Yes.
Mr. Attorney.
Your wife was on earlier, right, Jackie?
Yes, she was.
And was it difficult to hear her explain what Alex Jones' lies have done to your family?
It was excruciating to hear my wife in what I know to be such genuine, heartbreaking pain.
Mark, during the lunch break, did you have occasion to look out the window?
Yeah, I did.
Tell the jury what you saw.
We looked out from the window upstairs, and we saw Alex Jones holding a press conference out here on the front steps or on the sidewalk in front of the courthouse just now. It may still be going on as we sit here now.
You saw Alex Jones holding a press conference at the steps of this courthouse.
I did.
Was Alex Jones in this courtroom when Jackie, your wife, told the jury what has happened to her as a result of his lies?
Alex Jones was not here present in this courtroom when Jackie was explaining what has happened to her over the last 10 years.
And to your family?
No. He was not here for that.
We turn to a lighter subject, your childhood, maybe. Can you just tell the jury a little bit about? We heard about the big clan from the Giblin family. Can you tell the jury about your own upbringing as your character is under attack in this case?
So I grew up in Yonkers, New York. My father used to do technical drawings or blueprint diagrams for a company called TCI Technical. It was a small family-owned company, and he used to do diagrams and manuals for equipment, industrial equipment, printing presses, and so on. And my mom had a couple of different jobs. She was working way back when I was very young, as an answering service, plugging in the wires into the in Yonkers. And then she was working for the plastics coloring manufacturing company, Ampeset in Mount Vernon. She was doing the payroll for them. And I grew up as almost like an only child, as the youngest of three boys. My two older brothers were 15 and 16 years older than I am. So I was almost like an only child growing up. I went to PS 16 in Yonkers, and then Sacred Heart High School, also in Yonkers. And then, interestingly, coincidentally, started my college journey at Mercy College in Dobbs Ferry, New York.
And actually, Jackie said that she went to Mercy, but was she ahead of you or after you?
She was after me.
And from there on in, I understand she was ahead of you.
Always ahead of me.
And did you finish then at Mercy your 4 years, or did you decide to go in a different direction?
No, so I was playing music. I was so just to back up a little bit. Full disclosure: in my high school years, I was much more focused on playing guitar and music than I was on academics, and I'd be supposed to be doing homework, and I was actually practicing guitar, and that carried into my first foray into college. And that just didn't go so well. I was playing in bands, and that's really all I wanted to do. And my cousin Carl, who grew up in Yonkers and New Rochelle, he and I are closer than brothers, and we had a band together in New Rochelle. And his family moved to that little town that Jackie referred to earlier, DeLand, Florida. And we thought, that would be cool if I moved down there too, and we started our band up down there, and that was the plan, and that's how I actually wound up moving down to DeLand, Florida. While there, while playing music at night, I resumed my academic studies at Daytona Beach Community College, but then still did not yet finish until after we were married, and I moved back here and finished at, again, one of Jackie's alma maters, Lehman College in the Bronx, part of the City University of New York, and I finally got my degree in composition.
Music composition?
Music composition.
So that was about a 10-year gap or something like that?
Yeah, about that.
And during that time, you were essentially a full-time musician?
Yes.
Or as much full-time as you could muster?
Yeah.
And you spent, I think we learned from Jackie that you spent some time in Nashville? Or we're not there yet?
Well, it depends on where you want to go in the chronology, but yeah, I moved from DeLand to Nashville to really kind of seriously focus on music, and I had a good successful time with my music there in what I called success. I didn't want to be the star. I didn't want to be the front person. I really always wanted to be the side guy and support the song and support the artist. Which I was able to do in Nashville and tour with a lot of country artists and really enjoyed learning that genre as well as continuing to focus on other genres so that I could be more hireable and go tour with R&B bands or rock and roll bands or country bands. And so, yeah, my whole time in Nashville, I was very fortunate to be working a lot. And in the middle of that time, I was touring with a band called the Cox Family, and they were kind of a bluegrass gospel band from Louisiana. And I was their lead guitar player and their band leader. And we had just celebrated my parents' 50th wedding anniversary. And I had just gotten this gig with the Cox family, and my dad was so proud of me for getting that gig, and he used to always ask me to tell the story about the audition and all of that. And I was, it was only a short time on the road with that band when I got a notice that my father had been taken to a hospital, and he had had a massive stroke, and he passed away in 1996, and I had to kind of come off that tour. And as Jackie testified earlier, I was spending a lot of time coming up from Nashville to be with my mom, who married very young. She was 22 when she married my father, and it was the first time she had ever been alone in her life. So I was trying to balance my career and being in Yonkers with my mom as much as I could, and that's when I met Jackie.
And maybe I shouldn't ask you this. Was it love at first sight for you as well, or not? If you don't want to answer, that's okay.
No, I do. Jackie told that story of mutual friends whose words were, if these two ever meet, it'll be history. And they were right. And we met not knowing that they had thought that about us before we met at that party. And I still remember that sparkle and that wit, and I just felt so comfortable with her. I just felt like she was my person in that meeting. And that's how we just developed that relationship, literally over the phone. For the next, 2 years, just talking a lot on the phone and meeting when we could. She came to Nashville a few times to visit. I was going up to the Northeast a bunch, and then we decided we just have to do this for the rest of our lives. And she still has that beautiful sparkle, and I still love it just as much.
Did you sell her any CDs, or could you get her to buy any of your CDs, or not?
I made, this was cassette tapes. I made Christmas tapes for my family. I wasn't selling any CDs. I didn't get to that level.
So Jackie lied on the stand when she said CDs.
No, I had CDs by other artists in a lunchbox, a styrofoam lunchbox. Those were not my CDs.
Were they pirated CDs?
No, they were commercially available.
Okay. So Jackie did a lot of the legwork here. At some point, you had kids. You moved to Pauling, is that right?
Yeah.
And is that where the kids spent their early years? Did I miss a step there?
So no, that's right. We started in the upstairs at her brother's house in Yorktown Heights, and then we were there for about a year, and then we moved to the townhouse in Pauling, and all three kids were born while we lived there. But Daniel was only there for a few months before we went to Ridgefield to house sit for her sister.
Right. Okay. Can you tell us, Mark? If somebody said, "What was Daniel like?" I know you have the website. What would Daniel do? We've learned a lot about him actually, but can you tell us a story about Daniel that is special to you?
There are many. But as Jackie testified earlier, he was very aware about others. He had a deep, very evolved sense of compassion. It was a beautiful thing to watch. His teachers would tell us, Daniel's the first one to help. If a kid needs help, or if I need help, Daniel's right there. And you love to hear that as a parent, that your child is being a good citizen when they're out of the home. But he did have this beautiful sense of empathy and concern and care for others. And one of my many stories that I like to tell about Daniel was we were driving Natalie to her piano lessons, and this was like the week before the shooting, and we were looking at the Christmas lights and listening to Christmas music. And Natalie and Daniel, James was not with us on this trip, but we were in the minivan listening to Christmas music and singing along and having a great time on the way to Natalie's piano lesson. And this song comes on. And you've probably heard this song. It's about a young little boy who's in line at a department store to buy shoes for his mother, who's in the terminal stages of an illness, and Christmas shoes. And he wants her to look pretty when she goes to meet Jesus. And I notice as I'm driving, that song is playing, and I'm just thinking it's one of the Christmas songs you hear at that time of year, and it's very quiet in the back. And so I look in the rearview mirror, and there's little Daniel, just staring out the window with tears rolling down his cheeks. because he's listening to the lyrics of this song and he's feeling for that kid and that family. And as Jackie says, and we had used to say this all the time, like, what 7-year-old kid thinks like that? And it's heartbreaking, but it's beautiful that he had such an evolved sense of compassion for other people, and his life was filled with those moments of deep, genuine compassion where he was really feeling for other people.
Can we show a picture?
I would love to share a picture.
No, we have one. We can show.
No, I know. I mean, I'm reaching for my glasses, which I
Oh,
guess.
I thought you were reaching for your
No,
stash.
I haven't admitted anything of my own.
Stash. $5.96.
Full exhibit, Ron?
Yeah.
596 is not.
We offer it. I don't believe there's
No objection, Judge.
Very well.
It was a very typical moment. He was a very affectionate little boy.
And about what year would you say this was, Marco?
I'm going to say probably 2011.
Can you tell by the hairstyle, your hairstyle, or?
I'm constantly reinventing my hairstyle. I don't know. I'm going to say 2010 or 11. I think that was when we were visiting Jackie's sister Christine and her family on their vacation.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. That's not the description I have for 596.
Oops. What did you have, Ron?
I have Daniel Martin and his siblings as 596.
Well, that's a scandal.
All right, so we'll
We adjust. We can swap
We'll
those
deal with
out.
that.
Sure.
Thank you. I apologize
Thank you, Ron.
for the bad site. And actually, now that I'm looking at this, it doesn't have an exhibit sticker on it. That's
House CD in there. We had a Steely Dan CD in there. And when I'd go through the radio dial, I would say, "Stop me when you want to listen to something." And I'd go through all kinds of music, and invariably it would be symphonic music. Stop there. I want to hear the ones with all the instruments. And I'm sorry, I could just go on and on.
It's okay.
I cherished every minute, not knowing what was coming. Just having that opportunity to spend that kind of quality time with all of my children. But for Daniel and me, we had a special thing. James and I had a special thing. Natalie and I have a special thing. But Daniel, because of logistics, he and I spent a lot of time in those last few years, just the two of us.
Can you tell? We heard a lot about Natalie and how she's been affected by all of this stuff, for lack of a better word. But can you tell us about the relationship between Natalie and Daniel?
Excuse me. Natalie and Daniel had a wonderful relationship. They used to play together all the time. I remember, Jackie will remember this, when they came down from upstairs dressed as a bride and groom. Natalie was the groom and Daniel was the bride, and they were doing a wedding thing, and they were probably they were very little, and they used to have their little secrets, and they used to giggle about us. And I remember Daniel saying to Natalie about us. We would sing a little song to illustrate a point, and he'd say, "They have a song for everything." Yeah, it was a really happy little house. We used to play Big Fat Daddy on Saturday mornings and do Saturday morning living room dancing, and we had it made.
Jackie had told us about the night before and Daniel's little stunt with his 3 books. And that was their thing. But she left early in the morning. Can you tell the jury what was happening in the Barden household on the morning of 12/14/12?
Yeah. Just to build on Jackie's story, we used to trade off doing books at night, and I used to love that. I used to love doing books. And so the night before that Friday, so Thursday the 13th, I had a gig, and I came home, 2 o'clock in the morning, whatever, and I went around and kissed them all on their little heads, and Daniel was laying there, as he often would, with his covers off of him in his little Yankees pajamas. We're not big Yankees fans. I know it looks that way, but he had his little Yankees short pajamas. And I can remember exactly how he was laying, and I kissed his little forehead, and I went to bed myself. And so the next morning, the 3 kids, James was in middle school, Natalie was in intermediate school, and Daniel was in elementary. So there were 3 different schools, 3 different buses. And I would walk them each to their bus. And so James's bus was first at 6:30, I think was his bus. So we'd be walking out of the house at 6:15. And I hear footsteps behind us, and, it's like the sun isn't even up yet. And I hear it's little Daniel put on flip-flops, and he still has those little short pants and short T-shirt Yankees pajamas on. It's December. And he's running out behind us. I'm like, "What are you doing up?" And he said, "Can I come to the bus with you? I want to hug James and tell him I love him." So I put him on my shoulders to keep him a little warmer, and we walked James to the bus, and he did just that. He wrapped his little arms around him and gave him a sweet hug, told him he loved him. And Daniel and I walked back to the house, and Natalie wasn't up yet. And I said, "It's still dark. You can go back to bed." And he said, "No, why don't we cuddle? We have more time for cuddling." So we got on our old red couch, and we cuddled, and we turned the Christmas tree on. And Daniel says, "Look at the window, Dad. You can see the sunrise, how beautiful it is. And our Christmas tree lights are reflecting in the window with the beautiful sunrise behind it." Again, I thought, what kid, 7-year-old thinks like that? So I ran and got the camera, and I took a picture of the sunrise that morning. I still have that picture. I wish I had taken a picture of Daniel. But he had to walk Natalie to the bus and do the same ritual with her. And we got back to the house, and at some point in this, Jackie was getting ready, and he was in the bathroom getting warmed up with a hairdryer. And then after Jackie left, he had oatmeal, and he said, "Can you show me how to play something on the piano?" Out of nowhere. And he had been watching Natalie's piano lessons, so he knew how to sit. He wanted to make sure he held his little hands just the right way. He was making sure his posture was right. So I taught him how to play Jingle Bells, and he played it beautifully. And I just thought, he's already the drummer in our band. He's already very in tune with music. He's going to be a great musician. And so we walked to the bus, and we talked about how we were having family pizza. We had pizza night on Friday nights with 2 other families in our neighborhood, and we were looking forward to that. It's going to be a great Friday night. And then I put him on the bus, And I know I hugged him and kissed him and told him I loved him. But I had no way of knowing it would be the last time.
Were you the kind of family that locked their doors and were looking over your shoulder or suspicious wherever you went?
Not at all.
Anxious?
Oh, Jackie and I were from the city, and we just thought we had hit the jackpot living in this little neighborhood with other families, with other little kids. There was a family down the street that had the same 3 age and gender kids as us. We just thought we hit the jackpot. And we bragged about being, we just didn't think about locking our cars. We didn't think about locking our windows. We slept with the windows open at night. And it was intentional. And we felt so fortunate that we were able to do that and provide that kind of an environment to raise our children in. And we used to say that. We used to take walks around our block and say, we're so lucky we get to do this and raise our kids here. We really appreciated it. We never took any of that for granted. So yeah, we relished in that, in the opportunity to live where we lived.
Mark, I'm going to skip a little more over the next couple days because Jackie talked about it, I think. Because I don't mean any disrespect, but
None taken. Thank you.
I want to ask you whether, first of all, had you ever heard of Alex Jones?
No.
I assume that your family or your extended family never aggrieved him in any way?
No.
As far as you know.
As far as I know, nobody had heard of him.
But had anybody ever done anything to him?
No.
Did you even know who he was?
No.
And did there come a time, Mark, when you became aware that the community, the greater community or public or the world in which you were living, that there was a lie going around about you being an actor, about Sandy Hook being a staged event, about Daniel being a fraud and never existed, and things like that?
I became aware of that. I had a little website, markbardenmusic.com, that I loved because I could share snippets of my music, pictures, and I had a calendar where my gigs were coming up, and pictures of the kids on there. And there was a guest book where people could write in. And I started getting this stuff on there. Jackie mentioned this earlier, like, you're a liar, you're a fraud, and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, what? It was just completely foreign. I didn't understand where it was coming from, why it was coming. And it was really hurtful because my little music website was, I've never had a Facebook page in my life. I had a little YouTube thing, again, to share music and family stuff, but not really a social media person. Anyone who knows me will tell you that, usually with a laugh. So,
did you become increasingly disturbed by that, and did it start to consume you?
Yeah, it was disturbing that there were these anonymous people out there that were, and during this time, this was horror beyond anything we could ever imagine. Trying to deal with the fact that our little boy had just been shot to death in his first grade classroom, and how to literally manage from 1 minute to the next, like literally manage from 1 minute to the next, and then also still be parents to James and Natalie, and still be strong for them, and still give them some sense of normalcy in what we didn't understand. Listening to some of these other families testify, I can so relate to Robbie Parker saying my compass was spinning around, I had no idea where I was, or David Wheeler saying I was underwater and completely disoriented. I get all of that. We were there. And to then have to navigate what is that noise that coming onto my little music site that, again, I just felt was kind of precious and sacred. And then they started... I had a picture of like one of my little days at home with Daniel. Just for fun, we had a little bath in the kitchen sink, and I had taken a picture of it because it was adorable. And somebody came on the website saying that picture was actually excuse me, but that was a picture of Daniel after I had dismembered him and killed him myself. And that picture was me mocking everyone else with the fact that I had murdered my son and taken a picture of him in the sink. You can't make this up. Somebody did, but this is what we were all trying to deal with. And I see that stuff, and we finally had to let the website go because this hateful stuff, threatening stuff, dangerous stuff was coming in. So we just shut it off.
But you did, I think we heard about letters that were sent to the home. And,
Yep.
and did there come a time or several times where you contacted the FBI and Ashley Hall had been assigned to the
Yes.
these lying, the effects of these lies?
Yeah, and I will be completely honest. I have no idea of the chronology of a lot of this, but at some point during 2013, we started getting more attacks, and we started looking for what are people saying, or who are these people, and trying to get our head around how large is this, because it was coming and coming, and we were getting letters in our mailbox, and started seeing things online with clearly death threats. And so, yeah, we were sharing things with the FBI. We were sharing things with Newtown Police Department, like, what is this? And it looks scary and dangerous. And at the same time, I was trying to keep it all quiet from Jackie. And some of it I kept quiet from Jackie, and all of it we really tried to hide from James and Natalie. Because, like I said, we were just trying to go from one minute to the next to try to support them through this horror without having to expose them to this really scary stuff.
And we heard Jackie tell us about the recent news to you that despite those efforts, that Natalie had evidently seen one of these threatening letters.
Yeah.
Had you tried to protect her from that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was like, I did not want, I secretly took that to the police and did not, and I told the police, this can't get out because my kids can't know that this is happening. And lo and behold, we just learned that Natalie had actually seen that letter and just to give you a little context.
Well, there you go.
Fire drill. All right, we'll take a recess. All right.
Yo, 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 yo! Hello. Nothing, just working. You did what? Let me put my earbuds in. Hold on. Yo. Yeah, I can hear you a lot better. What did he do? Uh, yeah. Well, you run into regulation, and you have to have everything like Sarbanes-Oxley, SOX, all kinds of legal requirements. Well, yeah, and it becomes it's not confidential. You'd have to encrypt it. Yeah, you can. The problem is encrypting it on a blockchain would be extremely intense, and it just would not be feasible at this stage. Depends on what kind of blockchain you're using, though. I don't know much about the blockchain that you're using. Right, yeah, oh, that's another problem. Yeah, it defeats the purpose of the blockchain, I guess. Yeah, you're right. Well, so here's another solution is the cloud uses these key rotation services, like AWS has one, Microsoft Azure has one, and then GCP has one in Azure. I think it's called like Key Vault. Yeah, that was the name of it. Anyway, so they're public keys because those are all asymmetric key-based encryption. Private key, public key, right? And the public key rotates in the key vault. So every day you can set, different time period settings, but like you could set it for every 10 minutes, every day, every week, and it will give you a new public key. So that could be a solution to decrypting, the blockchain data, but the blockchain is not meant for holding large amounts of data, A. B, it's not meant for encryption. Not really, unless you have a very specialized blockchain. Monero is private, but it's not. It's just holding a transaction. It's not holding like a ton of data. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just becomes a database at that point. You might as well just use, rational databases or relational databases. Because you can at least do encryption at rest with databases. You can use table-based encryption. You can encrypt parts of your data, pick and choose. I mean, that's the solution that they always use in healthcare environments at Patterson, for example, because encrypting data when you're making requests, because you want to have a constant time in retrieving your data, right? Worst case scenario, you want constant time. So you have to have a hash map, a dictionary. And in order to achieve that with encryption, you run into quadratic time complexity retrieval, because encrypting data and then decrypting it is intense. And so what these healthcare companies, and again, the biggest healthcare companies basically in the country, if not the world, are in Minnesota. So I worked at Patterson's, the largest dental company in the country, or second largest rather, behind Henry Schein. Anyways, I've worked with so many of those developers, and this is what United does. United Healthcare is what the Mayo Clinic does. Those patient records, they don't like to encrypt all the fucking data because it's a huge pain in the ass for performance, for compliance, all sorts of reasons. So they just encrypt the least amount of data. So in this case, just PII, patient identifiable information. That's what they did at Patterson. Dates of birth, especially if they're kids. So if they're under 18, they encrypt like the whole patient record. However, if it's an adult, they generally pick and choose like date of birth, social security number, and it's not even the full social security number. It's just that they keep the last four unencrypted. They call it table-based encryption. Pick and choose what you want to encrypt. So I don't know if you're still there, but yeah. So I don't know. Those are good recommendations for Tarek. I agree with you. It's just a bad idea. It just doesn't make any architectural sense. This is because you're kind of the architect of this project, whether you like it or not, along with those other guys. You got to step in here and correct Tarek. You really do. I run into these problems all the time. Yeah, just recommend table-based encryption, and just say, let's use a regular database. I mean, this is another problem with these fucking fags, is they always want to use bleeding edge technology because they want to be using the sexiest stack that they possibly can. And relational databases are tried and true. If you want to tell someone you're using the blockchain, but you're just using SQL Server, go ahead. That's great. The blockchain is not a solution in this case. It's hard to maintain. It's expensive. It's like trying to kill an elephant with a cruise missile. Or a nuclear weapon, a low-grade nuclear weapon. When you could literally just kill an elephant with, a shotgun, which would be a database. It's extremely costly. I was just reading an article on InfoQ about the fraud in the cloud. All these CIOs 10 years ago, 5 years ago, were sold on this idea that the cloud was going to be more cost effective, easier to use. And the truth is that it's been like twice, if not 3 or 4 times as expensive as building in-house. And you run the risk of, you know, being tied to a cloud, not having your data, like Parler ran into when big tech censored them, you know, all kinds of problems. This is another reason why, like, the yep. Yep. Totally out of control. Absolutely out of control. Extremely expensive. Extremely. And, you know, these companies are saying that they're moving towards this climate agenda, right? The blockchain is like completely anti-climate agenda. It's hilarious. There's no like, because they're already on the blockchain if they're using Ethereum, you know, to store those transactions. They don't need any other blockchain, right? Because the transaction is basically stored. I guess they have to have it in the blockchain though because it's an NFT. But can't you just store an NFT in a database? Okay, so it's not NFT. The definition of it, it doesn't have to be in a blockchain. You could literally just put it in a database, right? Yeah. And I just Googled it, and a lot of people are storing, it looks like metadata of an NFT in a database. I don't know if it's the full NFT or not, but so it's like a pointer. Okay. Dude, I mean, well, I guess he wants to pay a ton of money to maintain a blockchain. I was thinking of another liability. Yeah, I mean, casinos probably wouldn't want to deal with that because casinos deal with like screwing people over. Why would they want all the data public of them screwing people over? And just compliance stuff to make sure that the casino is taking a certain percentage. Oh yeah, it's the people who are compulsive gamblers. Yeah, Sarah's mom was a compulsive gambler, which was strange. Yeah, yeah. The other issue I think is they're big on right now is called data mesh and data virtualization. I don't know if you've heard that in some of your classes, but jurisdictional status of data, like Canada has different regulations, US has different regulations, EU has way different regulations, and they're starting to mandate that country-specific data about those users are stored in that country. And with the blockchain, again, that becomes increasingly difficult. How are you going to store a blockchain simultaneously in multiple jurisdictions? No. I'm not familiar with it. No. I mean, I don't know much about building so houses. You mean like once they frame it, they put the. You mean right before they put the not the insulation, but the sheetrock. So they frame it and then they put the sheathing and then they put a barrier. Okay. All right, makes sense. Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah. And so I've seen this a lot too with other technologies where it always fails, and it's always kind of like Martin Fowler and the Gang of Four, like Eric Gamma, and the other two guys that are part of the Gang of Four. They used to always, and Kent Beck, I think Kent Beck created this term. It's called the code smell. I always use that when I'm looking at code. Like it's an intuitive feeling that you have an architectural smell when stuff like this happens, and it always ends in failure, guaranteed, 100%. He's gonna lose money, but there's nothing you can do if he makes a decision. I mean, you just have to implement it. It's not your, it's not your money. It's not your fault. I mean, the good thing is that you get to learn kind of new stacks and shit, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I don't know that much about blockchains and stuff. I mean, but if he wants to do it, I don't know. I guess it'd be kind of like taking a Ferrari and driving it to work every day when you could just use the Honda Accord. Yeah, in the CIA app. You know what's weird is it's crazy that you and I helped build the CIA's human resource app. Like, that's crazy. That's absolutely nuts. I would never have guessed us, who are basically enemies of the state. Here we're creating an app that is used by these people to basically overthrow governments, coups, all kinds of crazy shit, propaganda. Oh, really? Yes, I turned it all into a blockchain. I took all the data from the real data, the production data, and put it in the blockchain. Are you guys happy with that? Now everybody knows who your people are. Shit, we'll get assassinated if we talk about that. We should shut up. Hey, so what was your idea? Is to use this machine learning to detect potential defects or code smells? Don't they have like AI right now, like Copilot from GitHub, that kind of? So I guess your strategy is a little bit different. It's like after the fact, detecting issues. You could write a paper on it. Code cover. So there's code coverage. There's all kinds of code hygiene tools like that. Linting, obviously, and you have what we're just talking about with the Copilot stuff. But I think if you did the code smell thing, it would be, I think, more impactful in many ways, because then people could it's more like intuitive, I don't know how to explain it. All right, bye-bye.
So why don't we show 590, What a Wonderful World. Actually, excuse me one sec, Your Honor. Now, sorry.
no objection to that exhibit.
Not now.
Thank you.
I'd like to offer 565. Let me back up, actually. That video, that beautiful video, was on YouTube at the time of Daniel's death, right?
Yes.
I'd like to offer 565. YouTube comment 8 years ago. And I'd offer it for full.
No objection, Judge.
You pull it up. Just the top part. I see blue and red lights flashing outside the door, their door, arresting the Bardens for fraud. That was a comment left 8 years ago.
Yeah.
566. 8 years ago. My only question is, who do you serve, Barden family? God sees all. Sure, I'm scared for our country, but I'm even more worried about the souls of the corrupt. Do yourself a favor and confess your misdeeds. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
567. Offered a full exhibit. Sorry, 3 years ago now. 567, bottom. And this is the other video you were talking about, by the way, Mark. The video
That was
of Daniel singing.
Mr. Sun, Mr. Golden's son. Yeah.
Okay.
Is this a full exhibit?
I'm offering.
Yes.
LOL. This is so fake. They don't even remember what year their son died in. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
568. Seven years ago. You couldn't possibly support a family on that guitar playing, dude. The whole thing is as phony as a $3 bill. Such a coincidence that so many of these parents are wannabe musicians and wannabe actors. Quote, our kids died, so please give us all money. LOL. 7 years ago. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
569, 2 years ago. Offered as a full exhibit.
No objection to any of the series, Judge.
Okay. We have a nice comment here. And then right under it, 2 years ago. What a sick charade. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
570, 4 years ago. Offered as a full exhibit. Mark Barden, why was your buddy Robert Parker smiling and laughing live on TV after his daughter was murdered? Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
571, 7 years ago. There's a picture of you and the family. Is this on your YouTube, or this is What Would Daniel Do?
That's on the, that was from the What Would Daniel Do Facebook page.
And that's a picture of you and Jackie and the 3 kids, right?
Yes, correct.
7 years ago. Major photo editing in these pics. Try asking why the length of James Barden's arm defies the laws of physics in its length at point 20. That's evidently supposed to have been a video.
Probably, yeah.
So at the 22nd mark, somebody noticed, made a comment, Barden's arm defies the laws of physics in its length at 20, question mark. And where has Daniel's heel disappeared to at point 20, at 26 seconds? I wonder how James feels about his childhood vid being made into his imaginary brothers. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
What's Safe Say Something? The Vision for Safer Schools.
What are you referring to?
Bring it up, 572.
And am I correct, Attorney Pettis, no objection to
Yes,
this
yes.
one?
Oh, yeah.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
It's an anonymous reporting system that we operate in the state of Pennsylvania.
Okay. Can we go to the comment? 3 weeks ago. By the way, when did you see this? When did you pull this?
Oh, just probably last week.
Okay, so it's within this last month.
Yeah.
Either while the case was going on or shortly before. Is that your understanding?
Yes. Yes.
FEMA L-366. Look that document up because this lying DHS-owned swamp liar, Mark Barden, has continually profited off of the lie that his child was murdered at a decommissioned elementary school. Did you see the video in court of Alex Jones talking about the school being a toxic waste dump?
I did.
Closed.
Yes.
At a decommissioned elementary school that had been closed since 2008 and was only being used for storage. I've printed out the actual property tax documents for the Newtown area that clearly prove that nearly every homeowner, such as Gene Rosen, Nicole Hockley, who's here in this courtroom, Scarlett Lewis, and Mark Barden, was bribed in the form of a forgiven home mortgage on Christmas Day 2009, 1 year after the 1 year after the school had been decommissioned and closed due to the school being contaminated with mold and other biohazards, and was only being used for storage. Was Standing Hook Elementary School a beautiful school?
Yes.
Was it a clean school?
Yes.
Did a lot of school pride there?
Very much. I was in that school a lot as a stay-at-home dad. I was in there reading, doing projects with the kids. I was in that school a lot, and it was fully functioning right up until the shooting, and it was a beautiful little place.
Homeland Security used younger photos of older children as, quote, victim propaganda. How do I know they were older? I compared the photos to the children singing behind Jennifer Hudson at the Super Bowl just over a month later. One child seen there might have been just a coincidence, but not 8 of them. And to this day, the Newtown School Board has denied sending said children to the Super Bowl. None of these parents, in single quotes, lost a child. Mark Barden and the rest of these players are DHS-owned for life. There is an old saying that says that it's just easier to fool the people than to convince them that they have been fooled. The Sandy Hook Promise organization is a confirmed fraud stemming from a government-fabricated event that was produced as gun control propaganda. I guess it's a play on President Biden. I'll just read it. Biden knows these are drills, along with Obama. Obama played us all with these drills gone live in the media as soon as he was elected. The media are in the loop that these events are drills. That's why the media were in Newtown on 13th. Would 13th have been the day before the shooting?
Yes.
576, after a full exhibit. I guess they are, I'll just state the names, the numbers from here on in, as I understand they're all in. 3 months ago, this is the picture that the jury saw, is it not? Or maybe Daniel kissing you on the cheek?
Yeah.
Somebody actually says horrible what happened, which obviously you would agree with. They were paid actors, every single one of them. They even photoshopped pictures. They admitted this. Wake the F up. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
577. Not a single, sorry, I'll slow down a little bit. 5 years ago, not a single tear and not even a wet eye. A parent losing a precious 6 or 7 year old would have hot, salty tears at the thought of them, period. And that, did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And that has 22 likes, right? Is that what that is?
I can't see the likes.
Maybe you can't see it from there.
That is 22 likes, correct.
Do you know that Alex Jones brought a lawsuit against the Young Turks for something that had 20 likes? Did you know
Yes,
that?
we learned that in the hearing.
And this single instant in your 5 years ago had 22 likes, is that right?
That's correct.
And that wasn't true, was it?
No.
And that's a slanderous thing to say, isn't it?
Objection.
Or is that? Anyway, I'll maybe move on. 578. 8 years ago. Adam Lanza is a fictitious character. He is made up of the smallest of spare parts. Those players with real faces whom have offered their services for a few pieces of silver will eventually be silenced forever. It can be no other way. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
579. One year ago. Jackie joins Carly Soto and Jillian Soto as 911 callers, pretending to be, quote, teachers in the school. What a goofy, shady hoax. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
8 years ago. When have you ever seen a bunch of grieving parents give interviews about their dead child with smiles on their faces, especially just a few days after the event? Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
580. 2 years ago, I think we may have seen this before, this guy. Total hoax. His mom was caller number 1 on the Sandy Hook 911 calls, proving it was staged. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
That's a picture of you and Jackie with a framed picture of who?
Of Daniel.
That you chose for that photo?
That's a Jackie with her Irish heritage would take the kids out of school on St. Patrick's Day and we'd go to the parade in New York. And that's Daniel in the New York City subway. And that's that picture.
Total hoax. His mom was caller number 1 on the Sandy Hook 911 calls, proving it was staged. Was Jackie a caller?
No, she was not.
Take it down. Mark, Jackie told us that you've been a different person since this all happened.
Yes.
And she said you go into grocery stores and you look around and you're...
Objection meeting, Judge.
Well, can you describe for the jury what this has done to your feelings of security and safety for yourself and your family?
Yes. Over time, in this time period, having to navigate all of these things and much more that you have just seen, I have developed a layer of constant hypervigilance, and it's exhausting. It interferes with your sleep. It interferes with your conscious. It interferes with your thinking, your ability to process. As Jackie testified earlier, we're grocery shopping, and I'm looking at the faces. Who are we in the room with? Why are they looking at us like that? Who is this person? Instead of focusing on grocery shopping with Jackie. One of the security protocols we've installed at our house are motion sensor lights, and I have a motion sensor light right outside our bedroom window so that I know when something sets it off in my sleep. I get up in the middle of the night several times and walk around and look out the windows, look at the driveway. Everything is locked. Natalie used to say, Daddy, the 3 L's before bed, and that's lights, locks, alarm. And as Jackie said, I'm constantly observing the cars going. I hear a car coming up the road, I stop and I look down my driveway, who is that? It's constant hyper vigilance. Who is watching us? What are they thinking? What's coming next? And it's exhausting.
The word hypervigilance, is that like a psychiatric word, or is that?
I don't know where it comes from.
Sustained.
Do you know where it comes from? And what is it like to have to be in your home and have that level of awareness?
It's exhausting. And as we've heard others testify, we feel the same way. We are so concerned for our children that they have to, this life has been forced upon them now. They have to be thinking about this. They have to be looking over their shoulder all the time. Who's going to say what? Who's going to call them a fraud or a liar or an actor? And it becomes who you are. It becomes who you are. You're constantly thinking about having to defend against that, defending your honor, your integrity, and defend our little Daniel's honor and his memory and his life and his death. It's constant. And everything that we have to hold on to preserve Daniel's memory, our little home movies and our pictures and our thoughts and our memories have all been compromised. It's all been taken away from us. All of our abilities to hold on to Daniel's memory and to cherish him and to honor him has been tarnished with toxic hate and lies and danger. And I kind of went off. I'm sorry. Yes, I've changed. I'm not the happy Grateful Dead guitar player. I still play guitar, but I'm not that same person that used to just enjoy walking around the block with my kids.
And do you have fear for your personal safety and the safety of your family?
Yeah.
Do
Yes.
a day go by that you don't have that fear?
Objection, Judge.
Can you tell the jury about how often?
All the time. It's constant. It's literally constant. I watch the cars. I follow cars into my neighborhood and wonder who they are. I wonder who's stopping. I'm thinking of protocols. If there's a car in my driveway, what am I going to do? Somebody comes to the house. How do I handle that? It's constant.
I have to ask you a technical question, which is that you mentioned that you added home security and motion sensor lights, and was that something that you share finances with your wife?
But Jackie does all the finances in our family, and yes, Jackie and I both bear the financial burden of the security cameras and the lights and the alarm, the 3Ls, all of the stuff that we have to do now. We share the.
And you put those in because of these threats. These
Objection.
For what reason have you put those in?
We put in all of these systems to try to feel safe, to try to make our children feel safe. Jackie mentioned before, it is heartbreaking to learn that our daughter feels safer at somebody else's house than in her own bed, safer at school than at home. And so we're just trying to put in some kind of systems, some kind of protocols or procedures to hopefully make all of us feel safer, but mostly for our kids.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
No questions, Judge.
All right, so you may step down. Just watch your step.
I'd like to ask one question. Did not catch where you stopped in that series.
580.
580.
Good authority. I think 580.
Yes.
Can I have a sidebar with counsel?
Does it say 10 of 4? I think it's 10 of 4. I know.
So I don't know why they have a white clock on a white wall. For the first 2 weeks, I didn't even know there was a clock. I didn't even know there was a clock.
You want to know the plan?
Beg your pardon?
You want to know the plan?
Yeah, well, do you have an agreement on what the plan is? Because I'll go along.
So there's still an open question about Mr. Jones, but what we would propose, and I think the defense would agree to, is that we end for the day now.
Can we let the jury go and then we can talk
Oh, yeah.
on the record? Why don't we do that? Because we want you to work on the charge.
Yeah, right, so we were thinking work on the charge.
That you need to deal with.
Right. Right. And then the offer of proof. The offer of proof. And then I think our thought would then be that we have probably about another 10 to 20 minutes. Yeah, let's do that. That's totally
That's what I'm
fine.
saying. All right, so the consensus is that we have some housekeeping matters to deal with, that we will deal with, but we can let you go until tomorrow. I know I don't have to continue to say the same thing over and over again, because I am extremely confident that you will continue to obey the rules of juror conduct, and I'm extremely confident that you will let Ron know if there are any issues in any way, shape, or form. So with that, you have safe travels home. Ron will collect your notepads. Thanks for being such good sports today and following Ron out during the fire alarm. And we will see you tomorrow, and I will stay on the record. Good night. Okay, so please be seated. Why don't you tell me if you have an agreement on how we're proceeding, just tell me what it is, and I'm sure I'll honor it.
Moment.
Sure.
May we step out in the hall, Council and I, for a moment?
Sure.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure, yeah.
Needs to be on the record.
Requested it not be if we can do that for trial management purposes.
Will not. Sorry.
We have reached an agreement
I like opinions.
that
I would say an understanding.
we've reached an agreement. Fair enough. The plaintiffs are not going to call Mr. Campbell out, and Mr. Jones is not going to testify. I knew that about an hour ago. I didn't want to stand up and make a proffer in your presence when I had every reason to believe he was on his way home and could be observed, and have that he suggested that I engaged in misrepresentation to the court.
Okay.
So we've reached that understanding. The question then becomes how the court and counsel uses its time. So I will defer to others. I have my ideas, but I've done all the talking.
What are you going to tell the jury since I told them that 3 times that he was going to testify? Do you want to come up with some language?
Well, he's made an election after, on consideration of the case as a whole. He's made a decision not to testify.
Well, listen, you got me involved in it. If you didn't get me involved, then I wouldn't feel an obligation.
Then you can say,
my jury.
You
guys talk and tell me.
I will take the hit. I represented you.
You guys talk and just give me some agreeable language, only because it's me. If you hadn't involved me, then I would. But there, I tell them something and I have to keep them advised. So you talk.
And you told them that because I said it. I will take that hit if necessary.
You all talk and let me know what to say. But so
In terms of timing, so what we have tomorrow is basically the end of our case, some videos. I'm thinking about 20 minutes total. We're going to play a handful of video clips, not depositions,
so
broadcasts.
Then
we're resting.
Nothing.
Okay. I don't really want to bring them in for 20 minutes.
Well,
So can we just maybe have them come in on Thursday and just go there and then close and charge and we can come in and work on the charge tomorrow? Because we're not going to be able to close and charge tomorrow. I mean, I guess we could try. Okay,
My
there's
preference
that.
would be week Thursday. I spent a lot of time this weekend preparing to put my client.
I understand that. I get the logistical issues, especially for Attorney Ferraro. So I think that that's fine if we not close and charge tomorrow. But we were anticipating resting tomorrow. I know it's not great to bring them in for that, but I also don't think it's great for us to end our case right before we close when that's not what we had been anticipating. Pardon me.
I understand that too. I'm trying to make sure do you want to try to close and charge tomorrow?
It just doesn't seem like
Is it impossible?
I have to see what exhibits I have, what I'm missing. We're going to have to go through and make sure that I have more one.
And we still have amended exhibits that we've never really discussed or talked about.
Oh,
Your Honor, maybe you could also, I know there were some issues on the charge that the court
We
was
have
considering.
to scratch the surface on that. I'd like to do a little work on that. Maybe an hour.
Okay, yeah, so we need to.
We just want to do that tomorrow.
Oh no, I don't care. The charge stuff I think makes sense to get it done sooner rather than later.
But maybe we do like a 45 minutes.
Sure.
You're going to have a motion tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to bring it in. I'll do it. That's fine. It's your case, and you didn't cause a problem. But
thank you.
I'm just trying to think of whatever. That's fine. And then we're not. I knew that we're seeing the exhibits too, and we got to get them right.
Right.
So that was Ron's concern to his credit all along, that the exhibits would not be ready. So at least if we do it this way, we're not killing ourselves with exhibits.
Because someone back there was supposed to go back there because we rushed.
All right, so, and I think that the exhibits all haven't even been e-filed yet. I think your office is not quite current with the exhibits, because they need to not just be handed in here, they need to be.
No, yeah, of
in
course.
the official file.
Yeah.
Right.
We'll double, triple check all that.
Okay. All right, so why don't we just go for a half an hour on it?
Can you say anything right now about what's happening on the?
No, because I'm not, the jury's not here, and I'm not here for the press. I don't, that's not my.
I didn't suggest you were, I just asked, because I don't know. I think I've been a reasonably compliant court officer for most days of this trial. I don't think I won't have very good remarks. Yeah.
It's not over yet. It's not over yet.
That's what we were talking about. I don't believe so, but, I expected.
Well, listen, I don't know, I mean,
What?
right now,
I thought I just had a representation that he wasn't coming.
Look, the question the court asked me is, he's not going to change his mind.
how do you know that he's not gonna fly back tomorrow morning and want to testify? I'm not gonna.
Because his attorney has represented that he's not calling.
Well, now, wait a minute. I've represented his left. I have no intention. What if he calls me tonight and says, I've changed my mind? What then?
Well, then I guess we're ready to go.
No, I don't believe that's going to happen, but I mean,
Just
it's a
saying
fair
that in
response
that-
to the first question.
I think we could put off the offer of proof, I guess, in that event, until tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, because I don't think, I genuinely don't, I didn't want to get up and make an offer of proof against him.
I
It wasn't
understand.
a clear point.
Well, look at it on the right side. The jury will be here tomorrow, so if he changes his mind and flies back, we'll have a hearing.
Let me talk to you.
We don't have a choice, so.
He's not playing.
Ron, any chance you could go on my desk and get, right on my blotter, there's 2 versions of the jury charge. Is there any chance you could go get that for me now? Thank you so much. All right, so while Ron's getting our versions of the proposed charge, why don't we just plan on going, since we'll have more time tomorrow, why don't we just go to like 4:30 with the charge today?
Yes.
Put a half an hour into it.
No, we have a couple of things that we ought to just put on the record. I don't know that we've ever put them on the record when we weren't at sidebar. So with regard, and let me just wait until the train is ready. All right. One moment. You're on. So with regard to, and this we have covered, but I want to make sure we do both. The common law punitive damages, which would result in attorney's fees and costs. We have agreed that the court will reserve the determination of the amount of reasonable attorney's fees and costs, if those are allocated to the plaintiffs.
I thought we already put that on the record.
We did,
Okay.
and the reason I wanted to cover it is because it's the cut the fees, and attorney's fees and costs also go to the court, but we have an agreement that the determination of the amount will be in a later proceeding. That's really the point of this, Your Honor, is to say we're not putting on evidence right now of the amount of attorney's fees and costs because we have an agreement that that's reserved to a later proceeding.
And in part, that agreement spawned from the disclosure, an arguably late disclosure of an expert on the reasonableness of it. In the run-up to trial, we agreed to defer that and our right to depose that person should that question arise. And I think we did put that on record, maybe even before evidence began.
I think we put it on the record. Well,
Okay,
in
well,
any event,
the
it's
record's
on-
nice and clear.
It's very nice and clear right now. And the other issue we had, Your Honor, is that technically the plaintiff standing in for Erica Lafferty is Rich Cohen, the bankruptcy trustee. Throughout the proceedings, we have referred to Erica Lafferty as the plaintiff. We have an agreement that we will refer to Erica Lafferty on the verdict form and any jury interrogatories. And it will be then understood the judgment will enter in favor of the formal plaintiff in the case, but we'll just handle the jury interrogatories and verdict form that way.
Agreed.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so are we ready to go on the proposed charge?
Yes, Your Honor. Where did the court want to begin?
Well, I think, just bear with me for 1 second.
Did the court ever get a copy that wasn't all page 10?
I did, and it's actually got colors on it. It's very exciting. One of the things that I think Attorney Sterling was going to look at, and you were going to look at, Attorney Pattis, was the implicit bias charge, whether you thought there was a need for it or not. Have you had an opportunity to talk to each other on that, about that?
We have not, so let's defer that one until tomorrow.
Okay. All right, so on the corporation or other entity as a party, I was going to look at that. And I have to say I agree with Attorney Pattis on that. I'm not going to instruct the jury that Mr. Jones and Free Speech System are one entity. I didn't see that in the complaint.
Let me pull the allegations of the complaint, Your Honor, then, and go over them with you, and maybe we could do that tomorrow.
Why don't we, I don't want to keep kicking the can on everything. Why don't we do, I looked at the.
Let me grab a copy of the complaint, just hold on.
Okay.
Well, Attorney Sterling is doing that, Your Honor. Can I be excused so that I can inform our clients about the game plan?
Sure, absolutely.
They can then get on with their days.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Ron, would you mind getting your steps in and getting my left a part of a copy of the complaint on my desk? I think it's either on my desk or on the table. I'm pretty sure it's on my desk.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's on my desk.
Let me get it.
And I worked off Attorney Sterling of the complaint, the operative complaint at the time the default entered.
So, and would that be, is that Lafferty, or is that Sherlock 1 or Sherlock 2? Because
I looked at the Lafferty.
Lafferty,
Operative
okay.
complaint at the time the default entered.
So, I'm not sure which complaint this is. I'm looking in the first set of allegations that go to this issue at paragraph 34.
Thank you very much. Of course, let's see. You want to just read it into the record and I'll just listen to you rather than try to pull it up?
Yeah. The above mentioned Texas business entity defendant is owned, controlled, and operated by defendant Alex Jones and employed to hold and generate revenue for him. So that.
Well, but what the language that you proposed here is that they're one entity.
Yeah, no, I think that's, we did, Your Honor, and it's shorthand. And what it is shorthand for is the fact that there are allegations of agency, conspiracy, joint venture, control, all of those allegations which lead to the same place, which is that they're one actor.
Yeah, so I'm not going to charge that they're one entity. Are you making a counter proposal on other language that you want to run past Attorney Pattis?
I can, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Attorney Pattis.
Given the law of the case, I feel that I can't agree to anything. When FSS moved into bankruptcy, the court concluded that Mr. Jones was distinct and a solvent defendant, such that the action could proceed.
Well, that's not, but that's a different court. I'm looking at.
Here, when FSS moved into bankruptcy, Mr. Jones didn't get the benefit of the stay. We proceeded into bankruptcy proceedings. We agreed to a lift of stay, but we never agreed that they would be treated as one. They were treated as two.
Right, but I didn't make any finding along those lines. I simply pointed out in my order that Mr. Jones hadn't declared bankruptcy. So I was,
Recognizing that he was different, because if he were the same, then he would.
well, that's what you're reading into it. I just recognized that he had not filed bankruptcy and still has not filed bankruptcy.
For that reason.
Still has not filed bankruptcy.
For the lift stable, we never agreed that they would be treated as one. They were treated as two.
Right, but I didn't make any finding along those lines. I simply pointed out in my order that Mr. Jones hadn't declared bankruptcy. So I was,
Recognizing that he was different, because if he were the same, then he would.
well, that's what you're reading into it. I just recognized that he had not filed bankruptcy and still has not filed bankruptcy.
For that reason, I feel that I can't, I'm going to assert an opposition.
Your Honor, so I think the other thing to point out is that all the allegations in the complaint are as against both of these defendants. So that, the idea, for purposes of the default, the complaint establishes that they're doing the same thing. That's another reason to treat them as the same.
I don't know if that's necessarily true. I can imagine a universe in which liability as to FSS is larger than as to Mr. Jones. And that is if the jury credits some of the due or information and says that it wasn't necessarily chargeable to Mr. Jones.
Well, I'm not going to consider the language as proposed. If you want to propose something else at some other time, you can do that. I mean, the only evidence in the case has been along the lines that he makes all the decisions and control. So if you want to make some counter proposal, I'll consider it.
Okay.
But at this point,
thank you, Judge.
okay. So let me see where we're up to with that. So I think, did we address? All right, corporate designee testimony we addressed. We deleted that sentence by agreement. Responsibility for actions of others who broadcast on InfoWars. We did that?
I thought we had, Judge, yes.
Yeah, we did. I think we had resolved that one completely.
Okay. Adverse inference, did we resolve that?
Your Honor, in the interest of moving things along, we're not going to claim that one. That's the Dubidandi text.
Right, that's, you were going to think about that, okay?
We did think about it, and we're not going to press that.
Would you, since you have, do you mind making the changes once again?
I don't mind,
for
Your Honor.
Attorney Pattis in the court? Okay. That direct and circumstantial evidence,
I think we agreed on that, Judge.
okay. Credibility of witnesses, we
Agreed.
use of depositions.
Agreed.
All right, expert witnesses, did we finish that?
We did, Your Honor. I think I prevailed on one word, and otherwise.
And I see that, that's at the top. May I be seated, Judge, during this?
Yes, you too, Attorney Strong.
I see in line 6 of page 16 what I believe was what we discussed yesterday. Am I correct?
That's
changing, making your decision whether to believe to considering.
That's correct.
Okay. Agreed.
So causes of action, that's the, I was going to see how cumulative the nominal damages charge was. I never got a chance to count it up, but I did say we'll come back to this.
I can't do it sitting down, Judge. I apologize for standing up. I gave some thought to this overnight. And I understand the court's concern here. And I'm mindful of the court's question yesterday about, what is the appropriate charge here? How can you give a nominal damages charge? And here's the issue I'm running into. The court is instructing the jury on certain facts which are established by the default. One of those facts is the fact that each plaintiff suffered severe emotional distress as a result of outrageous conduct by Mr. Jones. Those are not, I mean, the question yesterday was, well, how could you have damages in the absence of evidence? The answer is the facts that the court is instructing, those are equivalent to evidence, right? That is an instruction about what the facts are. And so where that takes us then is, because, you know, is the question of, well, what can the jury do? What discretion does it have in the face of severe emotional distress? And the answer to that question is in the Maldonado case, that recent case written by Justice Ecker, where he says, and this was with regard to pain and suffering, but once the evidence of pain and suffering is established, the jury is not free to award zero damages as compensation. So that's where I think we land with regard to emotional distress, Your Honor, and that's the problem with the nominal damages charge.
Well, I disagree with Attorney Sterling's reading of it, and will repeat what I said yesterday. I look for guidance to the question of proof of damages in a case arising under 42 United States Code 1983, where this is a common problem. If a plaintiff proves the elements of the offense but fails to prove damages, fails to prove an amount, they're entitled as a matter of law to nominal damages. And so I think what Justice Ecker said is zero is an inappropriate amount, as it would be in a 1983 case. The proper answer is $1. Now, having made that finding by way of a default, or having determined that by way of a default, the plaintiffs are welcome to come in here and prove as much damages as they can persuade the jury to award them. But they are not relieved of the responsibility of proof. And so our view is the nominal damage charge is correct.
Well, I'm not, so why don't we, let's come back to whether we need to leave it under causes of action. If it's 5 or 6 other places, let's look at it in context, but I understand your arguments. Okay. Intentional infliction of emotional distress we had no problems with, right?
Right.
And false light invasion of privacy we had no problems with. Am I right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so now we're at defamation.
Yes. And the defamation language is the court's proposal. I had proposed one, which was a rejection of our proposal. I had proposed one change in the language, which I feel is important. And we were waiting on Attorney Pattis's response to that change in the language.
I don't recall what that was.
It's right there in the red line. Hopefully you all have the same page numbers on page 21.
Yeah, I'll agree to the charge as drafted, Judge. I had a chance to check my proposed charge in my notes. I couldn't recall what I proposed on the phone yesterday. So I will agree to plaintiff's charge on page 21.
Proximate cause I have in my notes here. I have to work on this, so I'll work on that.
So we're tabling that one for now, Your Honor.
Well, I'm going to try to do it tonight. Do you have anything to add to what we talked about? I'll be happy to hear you again, if anyone has anything to add on that.
Yesterday's session was preserved, Judge, recorded?
Yes, indeed.
I have nothing to add.
Your Honor, I don't think we have anything to add at this time, because we primarily accepted the court's charge and then just made a few red line suggestions.
Well, now I'm going to have to comment. I mean, as I said yesterday, I think that the plaintiffs try to compress proximate cause into but-for causation, and that I take to be the thrust of their what they might refer to as minor edits. I view that as a sea change in what's required.
Okay. So now we're on standard of proof damages. Just give me 1 second.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I'm going to join Mr. Matty.
That's fine.
We'll
Have a
take
good
care of
afternoon.
it.
Safe
Thank you.
travels.
So, Your Honor, at the beginning of this charge, we had the same nominal damages problem. And we do continue to object to that. Your Honor, though, I feel like we went through this yesterday because I had an objection to the instructions regarding weight, and my memory is that I was overruled.
That is correct.
So what's hanging there is that how the court treats nominal.
Okay. Damages compensatory. Did we finish this?
I think this is where we got bogged down and decided to quit for today.
We might do that again today. Well, no, we've got 10 more minutes.
So I agree. I think this is where we got bogged down. I think we hang up on the nominal issue again here in the middle of this charge.
All right, besides the nominal issue, what else can you tell me?
See, we had agreed to change injuries to harms.
Yes.
Right.
Attorney Pattis had agreed to that, and I see I've missed some. At the end of that charge, there is a portion regarding non-economic damages. It's the last two sentences.
All right.
I don't see any reason to explain that when we're not formally seeking economic damages. So I think those two sentences should come out.
I think they're entirely appropriate given the testimony we've just listened to. Monies for harms they've suffered, likely to suffer in the future as a result of the defendant's wrongful conduct. They are awarded for such things. I don't know that we need physical pain and suffering, but they are awarded for such things as mental and emotional pain and suffering, and the loss or diminution of the ability to enjoy life's pleasures. I think I just heard 3 days of that.
I'm just looking at it, Judge.
Take your time.
So I think if we take out the physical pain and suffering, that makes it better.
I would agree to that, Judge.
I agree. All right, what else besides the nominal damages issue in this section?
I don't recall that there was anything else.
I think I already lost on our objection to guess and speculate. That's my memory of yesterday. I can remake that argument, but my memory is I was overruled.
That's correct. All right, so now is that it for that section?
From my perspective, yes.
Your Honor, if I may, I just want to look at it one more time overnight, and I don't think I have anything else, but I would like.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, damages for invasion of privacy and emotional distress. So we have not talked about this yet.
Correct.
Okay. So just give me 1 moment. Just give me 1 moment. So your plaintiff's comment.
Your Honor, we think this is appropriate and tailored.
Right. I did not keep track of has every plaintiff testified?
Yes.
So we can drop that one?
Yes, we can.
So you'll do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Once I find it, I'll drop it.
All right, Attorney Pattis.
I mean, I did an extensive comment. I'll rely on the comments that I made here,
Right.
other than to note that I have a Scrivener's error in there. The simple, the next to last sentence should end with the clause, unlike defamation per se, and CUPPA is simple and requires no neuron instruction.
Right. Right. I am going to leave that in. I think it's helpful for the jury. Okay, so that takes us to damages for libel and slander per se. Just give me a moment to get up to speed. All right, so where do we need to go first? What's the first line we're tackling?
Well, the defendant's position is that the court's charge is an accurate and adequate statement of the law and no revisions are necessary.
All right, so your first proposed addition?
Yes, Your Honor. It's to repeat to the jury what was established to be defamatory. So that the first, what I'm requesting to be included is actually the same language that comes out of the defamation per se liability charge. So that language is already accepted in the defamation per se liability charge.
And our view is that much like the plaintiff's concerned about repeating what nominal damages are, there's no need to repeat this more often.
I actually think it's helpful, so I accept that first addition.
Okay. Thank you. Then proceeding through the charge, the sentence that begins in determining the amount of general damages to award for the injury to a plaintiff's reputation, you should consider what reputation the plaintiff had. In the community is the charge that's the standard language, that's the charge that the court adopted. I don't think that in the community is I think it's actually confusing in the modern world, right? Because which community? People have multiple communities. People exist in an online community, but community suggests a physical community. So I think it's really a problem, and that the better wording is what I proposed, which is to knock it out.
I can't disagree with that, Attorney Pattis.
Well,
I think that's that whole.
Possibly, although they put on no evidence about their reputation prior to these events. So I'm not sure they're entitled to that at all.
I certainly disagree with that.
No one testified. They're wonderful people. I'll concede that based on what I saw of their testimony. But I didn't hear a single person testify that thought worse of them beforehand or after all this occurred than happened beforehand. If anything, they've become more iconic.
I'm surprised to hear that. I think that, one of the reputations that these families had was as the parents of children who were killed at Sandy Hook. So
no, what it says though, in determining the amount of damages for the work of the injury to the plaintiff's reputation, you should consider what reputation the plaintiff had when the statements were made. What evidence is none?
I disagree with that. I think there's significant evidence about who these people were before Alex Jones defamed them.
They were parents, certainly, and lovely parents. Reputation in the community is not what you think of yourself. It's what others think of you, whatever that, whether that community be online, virtual or not. And in the defamation cases that I've seen, typically there is some testimony about how, not how people thought of themselves or set up them, but that there was an alteration in the point of view that others had. These people who defamed them, whoever they are, probably never even heard of them before.
Well, actually, I think that they were understood to be the parents of and family members of people who were killed at Sandy Hook, and so that was their reputation, one of their reputations, before Alex Jones defamed them.
Being a parent isn't a reputation; it's a state. It's a classification. A reputation is what others. Look at the definition of reputation. It's what others think of you. Your standing in the world, the regard with which others hold you. There has been no evidence of that. None.
That's just not true. The evidence that they were grieving family members of.
All right. So I think I'll take out in the community. Should just consider the plaintiff's reputation, or should consider what reputation the plaintiff had. I actually like you should consider the plaintiff's reputation when the statements were made. All right, so next.
Yes, Judge. So here what we have asked to do, if the court remembers our original proposed charge, we had a long description of the things that the case law provides for jurors to consider as they're determining reputational harm. And one of the reasons I thought this was really important is because I think reputational harm is something that the more you think about it, the more you understand it. And what reputational harm means in an internet age is changing. And so I think it's absolutely necessary that the jury have some guidance here. I understand that the court was not comfortable with instructing the entire
That was
list.
a long list. Well,
That was a
think
long
we-
list, so I
we
have
to
pared
give
it
them some
down.
guidance here as to what they should consider. What do you suggest, Attorney Pattis? This is a pretty short list. Is there any?
Well, I think it's revisiting Marshall. And you know, I think that they're free to argue that. And they're free to argue anything they like that's supported by the evidence that you let them argue. But I don't think the court should endorse their theories of the case, and I don't think the internet age presents need for a special trial. I think that the charge on libel and slander per se covers what they're looking for without drawing undue attention to the theories of the case that they want to argue. So I think this will bolster and Marshall.
All right, I agree with that. So I think just leave it. You should consider all the circumstances surrounding the making of the statements, and you can cover that in your closing argument. Right now. Right, next.
Your Honor, I know I don't have to, but I'll say for the record, we accept to that.
I understand.
That's important guidance.
All right, so where are we next?
Then if we proceed down the, in addition to general damages awarded, you may award.
Let me just get there. Where are you? Page 34.
Page 34, the line out. So we're not seeking compensation for special damages in this case. And so I think that the charge on specials is, you know, it doesn't make sense. And Attorney Pattis and I had actually discussed that.
So that's by agreement?
I want to give him an opportunity to look at it, but I think we had discussed
Well, if
that
you're not
before.
seeking compensation for special damages, why would I charge them?
Exactly.
Not defamation per se, even. Because isn't that the point? Part of defamation per se.
No, defamation per se gives rise to general damages.
Right.
So we're not seeking, you know, there's not going to be an itemized, we'd like to be paid back for this, that, and the other thing.
Okay, so if that's not going to be argued, that's fine.
Okay. Now we're on page 35.
Yes.
And why don't we end with this section of the charge? Okay, so we'll finish this up and pick up the cup tomorrow.
Okay. So then, just so I'm clear, Your Honor, we're the line out continues through compensate the plaintiff for his or her loss. We're taking that out. Then I had proposed, the language is, if you find that the plaintiff has suffered a violation of his or her legal rights as a result of the default, plaintiff's legal rights have been violated, so it should be each plaintiff has suffered a violation of his or her legal rights.
That's the consequence of the default, Judge. I'll agree.
All right.
Without waiving our objection to default.
And then here, these damages may not be nominal or substantial. So this is, I think that the posture of the emotional distress and the defamation per se is slightly different, right? The emotional distress under IIED has established severe emotional distress. So here, you know, I understand that there could be nominal damages for reputational harm. But I think that needs to be explained. So when we had talked about nominal damages before, you see here the thorough explanation of when nominal damages could be awarded in a defamation per se situation. What we're then asking is that the court balance that nominal damages instruction with the other side, right? With, you know, that's the situation for nominal damages when the plaintiff is, the defamatory material is of an insignificant character because the plaintiff has bad character.
It looks like a good balance to me. What do you say, Attorney Pattis?
I don't think it is a balance. I think that it's their burden to prove more than nominal, even in the posture of a default. And so it's a false equivalence, this balance. There is no balance here. They start at nominal and earn every dollar beyond that. And to suggest there's a balance is to suggest that the jury, should proceed with an open question. And it should proceed with a presumption that they're entitled to more than a dollar. My view is that we start with a dollar and they get, and everything more than that they prove, they get.
What suggests that they're not proving it, though? I'm missing something.
If on the other hand, is of significant care.
If on the other hand,
the standard charge, I think, is clear. Nominal damages are awarded when they are the only damages claimed in the plaintiff's for purpose of the character by the jury. That I think, okay, that's not clear. Excuse me, I erred on that. I think what the plaintiffs continue to do is object to the presence of nominal damages, and they want to say that we start with the presumption of war. And even in a default situation, they're entitled only to what they prove. And so our view is that if they can't prove more, they get more.
I thought this really actually highlights the nominal damages. These damages may be nominal or substantial. Nominal damages of $1 may be awarded, then there's like a really long sentence there. And then if on the other hand, the nominal damages are getting more airtime.
They're getting recast. I mean, to my view is the correct statement of the law is the default entitles them to damages. If they prove, in the absence of proof of anything, they get nominal damages. Anything more they need to get. So this notion that somehow, that we need to talk about the circumstances under which they get more. If on the other hand you find a defamatory substantive character, or because you find that the plaintiff had a good character, and again, it's not character, it's reputation. Substantial harm has been done, or you find there's proof of serious harm, then you may award very substantial damages. That's argument. The law is that the damages are presumed nominal without proof, and beyond that, that's basically endorsing their argument.
Your Honor, I think that misunderstands the law of defamation per se. The injury is established. The plaintiff is entitled to recover as general damages for injury to his or her reputation and for humiliation and mental suffering. That's the law.
So what does
Then,
have to be?
may I finish? Then the standard charge gives the jury guidance about when it can find nominal damages, and it's basically saying, as I read it, you got to go backwards, right? What that nominal damages instruction, which comes out of the standard charge, says when you can award nominals is if the defamatory material is of an insignificant character, or because you find the plaintiff had a bad character, so that no substantial harm has been done. So that, that's what the standard charge is telling us. So what I'm trying to do is simply balance it out.
But balancing in this case means inflating the value of no proof. And if there were a plaintiff that had no proof of damages, the jury would be left saying, well, they've got substantial damages, so I guess we've got to give them more than nominal, but how much? And it's the plaintiff's burden to prove it.
That's not it at all, Your Honor. What we're dealing with is a default on intentional torts. And so the facts established by the default carry weight in the damages determination. I mean, they do. So, Your Honor, I feel like
they don't deliver the goods. The plaintiff is entitled to make a run at the biggest number they think that this evidence supports, but it's a number that the jury has to give because they're persuaded by a preponderance of the evidence that that's a fair, just, and reasonable award. In the absence of any proof, it's nothing. And otherwise, what's the number?
let's end on this. I'll look at it tonight. So what we'll do tomorrow is, after we send the jury home, we'll plan on finishing up hopefully, and I'll tell you what I've decided, and then we can finish it. It doesn't look like there's that much left.
There's more.
I thought you were, I know that we left it off that you sort of pretty much assured me that you would work on that and you didn't think that you would have a problem.
I think we need to work on that, and I think what the court does with the charge may inform that we will certainly handle.
But that's
it
how I
tomorrow.
specifically recall. You felt very confident that you'd be able to work together on that. If not,
We certainly
then
will work together. Whether we'll agree is a different question.
Right. Have you done anything so far on it yet, or not yet?
We have not. So
all right. So
we'll take
that should be something that you try to do first. But that was my recollection. So hopefully. Okay. What else?
A few more things, Your Honor. So we filed a supplemental charge, 2 sets of supplemental charges, and I apologize. I think the docket number of one of them is 1006. That's the life expectancy charge. Then we filed another set of supplemental charges, which had an eggshell skull. The charge that we've been briefing to the court and having rejected about the identity of the not needing to name the plaintiff, and a charge about charging out First Amendment, Second Amendment arguments, and a charge about missing information. So all that briefing is in, and then. And we filed our brief on ascertainable loss already being decided.
And I'll have something on that tomorrow morning. I saw their brief this morning. I didn't compose it this morning. I was prepared for something else.
Okay. All right. Safe travels home, and we'll see everyone tomorrow at 10. We're adjourned.
Thank you. Sure. We can try. I could probably.
Recording person stage a one-man show called The Color Purple. Did you do that? Yeah.
I got into debt in college, and no matter how much I paid, it followed me everywhere. So I consolidated it into a low-rate personal loan from SoFi.
Get a personal loan with no fees, low fixed rates, and borrow up to $100K. SoFi, get your money right.
I received this necklace as a gift from a man who was just like a father to me. He had 2 sons and no daughters, and I have no father. And I never thought I would have anyone to walk me down the aisle. This is the moment that Ryan gave me away to my husband. I love this so much because that was the first time a father chose me as a daughter.
Express your extraordinary love. Jared, love brilliantly.
Welcome to Stormy Heights, where the windows are always Pella, because the weather is always changing.
Secretary of State.
I provided you yesterday as a courtesy with a copy of my oaths of office. My name is on that as well.
They were not certified.
You are attempting to disrupt with asking questions like this.
I am not.
I realize it may very well be related to your claim to be a sovereign citizen and disputing the
Claim to be sovereign, that's correct.
jurisdiction of this court, but these are not questions this court is obligated to
I would like
answer.
to correct the record and say that I am sovereign.
All right, you believe you're sovereign, the record is corrected. So, Mr. Brooks, we're getting really close for you crossing the line,
Really close to crossing the
being
flat line,
removed
Your
from
Honor.
the courtroom for continued
I did not-
interruptions.
I did not
want you
consent to
here.
that, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, you haven't let me get in one sentence this morning.
I haven't.
It is only, it's 8:57. I want you to be here. Certainly my preference is for you to be here to participate fully, but you do not have the right to disrupt the proper administration. I demand dignity, order, and decorum. You have been provided with the copy of SCR Chapter 62 that lists the responsibilities that myself, the attorneys in this courtroom, the litigants, it even applies, as you can see if you read it, applies to witnesses, jurors, those in attendance. Everyone here has been respectful other than you throughout